Right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. My voice is feeling much better. Thank you very much. A little bit. So, what we're going to be doing is Arteg Rise continuation. I suppose what we need to start with is maybe a little bit of prop making. There's something on the list that I got to take off. And the prop I need to make is essentially one that ensures that both players. Grim, welcome back. The prop I need to make is the one that ensures that both players are in one same location before proceeding to the next level. It's kind of like a gate. My voice is still wrecked. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Ooh, jeez. Yeah, man. Our tag recording sessions are a ton of fun. We just go nuts, scream and yell and laugh our asses off. Whew. Okay, so right. So I need to ensure that in certain places in the level, the players are together in the same place. So it's some sort of a prop that you have to dual interact. Um, dual interact requires both players to be in the same place and interact, and it kind of makes them proceed to the next level. So I'm thinking of making it into some sort of a gate, 2 entry points, and then like a drop down hatch. We can introduce that a couple of times throughout the game so that the players get used to it, and then we'll use it to reveal what's happening. Um, right. Now, I'm gonna try to use the level as a size reference. Let's see. Let's actually open the template, the level template. Set it to 100%, and then get a player in here just temporarily. I feel like I'm gonna have to redo these. This is like the 5th iteration, I think, of the player. I want them to look more compact, basically. Okay, so 100%. Take a screenshot, and then make a new file based on the screenshot. And then whatever we design here is going to be up to proper scale. Beautiful. So what do we need? Before, I was experimenting with doing 3D models and texturing them and then rendering them and popping them into the project, and it's been working out okay, but maybe we want to actually brush up on actual pixel art skills. Okay. So what I'm thinking is some sort of a panel, and it's got like a lever type thing in the corner. We pulled the lever, you can see it turn, and when both players pull the lever, that's when the hatch opens up. Something simple like that. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna change the colors afterwards. Okay. The lever itself, I think we're going to do this on a separate layer. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to save this right away. Our tag rise, assets, sprites. Okay, so what is this? Interactables. Ooh. Interatables. Okay, and this is the dual interact gate. Yep. No experience programming. GameMaker kind of appealed to me because I saw somebody use it on like a school computer to make some sort of a game, and it didn't require programming. So, as somebody who didn't know programming and tried learning C++ as a first programming language, and well, you can tell how that went. That appealed to me quite significantly. And after a while, after using their non-programming tools, I started delving a bit more into like simple coding, moving the player in the X and the Y axis, using actually X and Y properties, variables. And then, after that, I was just learned a little bit more and more and more. And then I got into programming, scripting completely. And, at that point, I didn't need to use the alternative, the non-programming. And from that point, it's downhill from there. It's all downhill from there. Okay. So that's a lever. Downhill to describe the learning to do the whole game. God damn. Chill, man. I'm just joking. Right. How you figuring things out when you first started playing with code? Um, Forums, questions, documentations. So pretty much all the standard stuff that anybody else does. Started out with simple stuff, and then everybody incessantly telling me to read documentation, and then me not listening and still asking questions. And then eventually, when I got good enough at doing the basic stuff, I started looking a little bit more and more into documentation, and that was yeah, that was helpful. Okay, so let's say this is good. I can't be laid off and if you're the only employee. I know my boss is an asshole. He's slave driving me day and night. He's not paying me either. Oh boy. Okay. So we're gonna place this in the corner here, and then another one in that corner there. Cool. Hmm. So here's something that this is going to prompt. We're going to need to make a hold type interaction now. So far, our interaction has been pretty much all click. This one's going to need to hold. So that's a new one. Okay, can we get a fill bucket, please? And then get it to shrink by 1 pixel. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna take that color. Yeah, come on. Okay, we're gonna place a light there. Must not have free time, right? Because you have, I mean, I got free time to write. Pretty much, what do I write for? I write for these projects, so I just take the time out of, programming and spend that time on writing, right? It's all dev time from that perspective. So whatever time I delegate to working on this project, for example, that goes into writing. Work-wise, I work from home. I teach from my computer, which means I don't waste time on travel. It just kind of works out, to be frank, and yeah, gives me plenty of time to pour into my projects. Hmm. I haven't felt burnout in a while, and I think it's because I'm kind of finding balance between the various projects I work on, and well, the various projects I work on and just playtime. Plus, it's one of those things where this doesn't really feel like work. I'm actually looking ahead of time. I am excited to see what this turns out. So that acts as a huge motivational boost to putting in the hours. Hmm. Okay. So we have this thing. That's just the baseline for it. Mm, we need a way of blocking the player. Hmm. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words. Haven't done the video essays in a while. Think those are kind of useful. Mine has been 3.5 years of getting old video. Damn! Shut up! Shut up! I haven't released the shit since then. Damn. God. Okay. Just want to get some contrast. Okay. I think we'll work with this for the time being. Oh, man. Okay. Now, how are we going to block off the player? We need some sort of a gate. I mean, the lazy thing would be to use lasers. I could also use the pressure plates. That's a prop that's already done. Can use pressure plates. Toggle those. I could make it kind of non-specific, nondescript, and just use whatever. It's fine, man. I think the couple of years since I made the Getting Old video, I think that was just years for reflection and just kind of assessing what's happening. Because one particular thing was kind of looking at the state of the world and figuring what the hell am I going to be doing. I gotta tell you, man, the more I'm looking at what's happening to the world, not even the world, just locally, what's happening in Canada, the more it's feeling like living off grid is appealing. Just looking at the state of things, so to speak. Oh yeah, that's better. All I did is invert the colors. Damn. Um, God, man, food prices are getting out of control. Housing completely horrendous. It sucks, man. Tim's looking down the barrel of actually paying for a condo that's just overpriced to shit because there's no other option. Okay. So this is fine. I'm going to position one here, one here. Or maybe even. Just going to do this. Actually, might as well go all the way. Okay, well that's not accurate. I think it's because our mirror tool isn't actually in the mirror. Okay, cool. So let's save it. I suppose for the time being, we could just use pressure plates. Or we could use the flippable plates. That could work. They don't really damage anybody. Yeah, we could use that. Okay, cool. So disable this. I think I'm going to just export this using the export layers plugin, because we can tell it to crop things according to the image. Let's go to rtag rise, engine, sprites, level mechanics. This would be two-player interact gate. And then treat groups as layers. Ignore invisible layers. Okay. Can I trim to layer contents? Nope. Ow. It only does the the last selection. That's fine. Nice. Okay. So, going back here, let's make a new 2D scene. Two-player interact gate. Oh. Oh. It would have used the name of this folder as the name of the file. All right, fair enough. Sprites. Level mechanics, two-player interact gate. Dual interact gate, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, now the actual lever, I think we need to make it a separate object. Maybe. Mm-hmm. It will be interactable, which means it needs to be a body of some kind. Let's see. How does the player treat it? General detection, proximity area, body entered, and area entered. So if it's an area, it accesses the parent. It has to be in the interactables group. Okay. Cool. Okay, we're gonna save this. I guess we should probably make a folder for it. Actually, no. This is in utility. Or maybe components. Whoops. Dang it. Why can't we rename folders here? Oh, it's already removed it, isn't it? Yep. So components is anything that we aren't supposed to be using directly. Zoltan, good day. All right. So let's change it to, I guess we give it an area. We don't change it. Because our player is programmed to talk to the parent of the area always. We haven't really made it be aware of. We haven't made it be aware that it can either get the area itself or get the parent of the area. Okay, that's a gate. We don't need the gate. We need the lever. The lever's in the group. That's fine. Gotta give it a shape. Oh, come on. Collision shape. Maybe instead of typing shape, we should type collision. There we go. And what else is it going to be looking for? We're going to need to give it a script. Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay. What does this object need? focused. Needs a focused variable. Okay. Lever. What's cooking? Special type of interactable object that requires both players to interact with it in order to make sure that they all progress in the same pace. Nobody gets left behind. Okay, so this is what we have here. Nice. And then we need to use the interact prompt. Now, is this the text one or is this the label one? Oh, that's generator starter. Where's the interact prompt? Interact prompt, yeah. What the heck? Oh. Interesting. Oh yeah, we also animated this whole thing when we didn't need to. Didn't we? That's right. We could have used the UI stuff. Oh, that's fine. I didn't know about it before, so let me double check this. So this is not interact prompt. This is, oddly enough, this is the generator, starter, progress, dial. Okay. Let's take a look at the switch. This one. This is what I need. Button prompt. But is it called button prompt? Button prompt, yes. There we go. So we place this in here. Okay, we position it where we want it to be. Okay. And now it has a function to make it wiggle. And it also has a focused variable, which causes it to automatically move up and down. So we could just forward the focus into it. Button prompt, focused equals focused. Nice. Cool. I think that's basically it. Now, for the lever to interact, so this is actually a curious case. When we interact, I believe that we discovered some use case where when we interact with something, we need to forward the player reference. So this is going to break a whole bunch of interactable stuff, but that's okay because we'll see what's broken and we'll make sure that it's fixed. But besides that, we need to make two types of interactables now. You see this lever is supposed to be held, not pressed. So how do we go about doing that? We could potentially say here we check if it's just pressed. That's good. We could put this into a condition if closest interactable has interact function, has method, interact, then we do interact. Okay. Otherwise, closest interactable has, hold interact. Then instead of checking if we're just pressing, We're checking if we're holding it. And then, oh, that's curious. We're closest object interactable isn't group interactable. But why is that important? Didn't we already make sure? It's an interactables group. Okay, I'm not entirely sure why we have to do this. Check if this is an interactable object. Yeah, well, no shit. It's in the group called interactables group, so why do we need this? I'm going to comment this out and see what breaks. Okay. Hopefully I don't forget. Let's give this hold interact. And what we're going to do here is hold interact self. Oh, I just came up with an interesting obstacle. It's an interactable object, but it switches which player is required to interact with it. So we can have this whole back and forth thing where players have to switch their roles and they have to like jump up and switch places and do the other's work. So that would be kind of fun. Let me add that to the list. That requires a particular player to interact with it. And then, whoops, I'm just gonna write it into a note. And can switch which player is required to force players to switch roles. Okay. Cool. So elif has method hold interact. We check if the player's holding the button, and then executes hold interact function on the object. Now, what this is going to do is we go to the lever, we give it the function hold interact, and we handle it from here. So it will need to track if it's on. Okay, hold interact. What is hold interact going to do? Well, hold interact is going to make the lever rotate, and then when it fully rotates, that's when it is considered to be interacted, not when we press it. Animation player. Okay. So they got to be holding it. Or we could make it even more fun. Instead of holding it, you got to tap the button. That might be even better. Which means we don't actually need hold interact, we just need regular interact. Like, you gotta tap it multiple times, kind of like what you have to do with the generator, when you have to tap the button to charge up the generator. So in here, we can tap the button to keep the lever down. See, that might be kind of fun. Why don't we see about doing that instead? So func interact. I guess we'll do var rotation equals 0.0. And let's say when interact is pressed, rotation plus equals 10. Okay, now plus equals 10 means which way? Means this way. And then, of course, the center point has to be adjusted. So we're just going to take this, place it in the middle. Nice. Okay. So let's say it goes to here, 110. Okay. So we could adjust the lever's rotation. And I guess we don't need the variable in that case. We could just do rotation degrees plus equals 10. And then in the process function, it's going to keep returning to 0. So we'll do minus equals 7. Excuse me. Minus equals 7. And then we're going to do rotation degrees lerp. Take the rotation degrees from 0 to 110. Okay. I think it's got to be 7 times delta. Okay. What are you complaining about? Expected parameter name. Right. Player. Cool. All right. Let me set up a new level here. So in the template, we place the player just to take a screenshot, but we don't need it. I'm going to save it and then save as. This is going to be 29. And now we can actually work with it. So grab the cursor. Okay, so dual interact gate. That doesn't even have a sprite saved yet. There we go. We might want to position it flat. Okay, that's a little bit curious. It looks like there's an odd number of pixels. Okay. Fair enough. That should be fine. And within the interact gate, we're going to have the dual interact lever. Place it right here. Place it behind the body. Center of the axis. And we're going to duplicate it. Place this one here. We need to make sure that 2 players cannot interact with it. So that's going to be something to check for. Might have to reduce the collision shape. And then this one will have to flip. But not both ways. There we go. Okay. Okay, and we crashed. Why did we crash? LURP. Invalid get function type. Invalid type of utility function LURP cannot convert argument 2 from int to float. Rotation degrees. Oh, really? Really? Yeah, okay, hold on a second. Okay. Invalid index enabled on base dual interact gate lever. Okay, so anything that is a lever has to have a variable called enabled. Cool. Okay. Interesting. Just kind of disappeared. Lever. I suppose it attempted to. Oh yeah, it just keeps returning, isn't it? Keeps subtracting it. Oh no, that's process. Just gonna try this. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm just gonna set this level to be the active one. Okay. There we go. So that works. So we bring this back. And so lever, rotation degrees. is going to be set to lerp version of rotation degrees. Between 0 and 110. I don't see a problem with this. Okay. What the heck? That's just strange. 110. Okay. What if we comment out this? Oh. Okay. So something's up with this then. Lever rotation degrees equals lerped version of rotation degrees. Oh. What do you mean lerp? Clamp. Moron. Ah. Okay, it's early. It's technically 12 o'clock, but it's early. Alright, so it's returning. It's returning, that's good. So let's do like 27 instead of 7. It's not much of an interaction challenge. Okay. Why don't we make it smoothly rotate to it? Rotation 0.0. Okay. We're going to take rotation. I'm going to duplicate this. And this is going to smoothly transition to the rotation. Divided by, say, 5. So the actual rotation is going to be adjusted. Oh yeah, we can't call it rotation because that's already a thing. There we go. So the actual rotation changes are going to be done on this variable. There we go. There we are. And then here we do this. Okay, so that should be a little bit more smooth, I would say. Okay. Let's make it rotate by like 30. Something a bit more significant. Yeah, there we go. Cool. And I think the other one should work as well, just right away. Okay. Let's make it return a little bit faster. And some sort of an indication that all the lights are enabled would be good. Okay, and then the player cannot be... Oh yeah, that's right. The player can't interact with them both because we have already made the system that says if you're next to multiple interactable objects, which one's the closest? Yeah, and you see, want to prevent it from having the player from being able to get both of them interacted at the same time. I'm sure some crafty dude might be able to pull it off. But how do we know if it's on? Well, I suppose we can just go into the dual interact gate and handle it from there. So let's attach this dual interact gate, sprites, not sprites, scripts, excuse me. And this is level mechanics, dual interact gate. Alrighty. So we know that the lever is going to be on when it is past certain amount of degrees. So we can say on equals only if rotation degrees is above 100 degrees. So if this is true, on becomes true. If this is false, on becomes false. Cool. Maybe 105 for good measure. Okay. Now, the dual interact gate is going to have some lights. So what kind of lights are available to us? Slip block light, limit marker light, chain link, power light. Hey, I think we can use this. So plug this one over here, this one over here. They are really blurry. There we go. Cool. So they will light up. All we have to do is toggle them on. Okay. So we'll do, let's do this. First lever, first light. Swap them places. Let's do lever right, lever left, power light left, power light right. Okay. Power light left. Toggle is going to be based on whether or not this node is on. Then the right, same concept. Okay. There we go. It really tries. Let's get to 100. There we go. Okay. I think that could work. I'm sure one player might be able to pull it off, which would mean this is kind of a trolley thing to do. How can we prevent that from happening? We can record who's the player that's interacting with it, and then have the the interact gate check if it's two different players interacting. So last interacting player, null. As soon as we interact, we record player into this, and then in the gate, we're going to check if the, just going to paste the variable. So if this is on, and the right one is on, then we also check if the left lever's interacting player is not the same as the right lever's interacting player, then we allow this thing to do what needs to be done. Okay, now what does that mean? How do we actually, what do we do? I believe we mentioned that we were going to make, let's put a pass in here for now, where we're going to reuse the, hello? Oh, that's an if statement. Right. I believe we mentioned that we were going to reuse the, what is it? Toggle platform? Yeah. So place here, 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 here. Okay. Now, toggle platforms, I believe only have... Oh, they have trigger and toggle. Okay, let me write that as a note. Triggerable, toggleable. Cool. This is for Tim to know what can be triggered and what can be toggled when he works on his levels. Right, so we're gonna close this. And cool. There we go. So it's a known factor that this thing usually drops you down somewhere. Okay. All right. And this is supposed to be used right before we meet the character, the supporting character, who's going to be guiding us through the levels. Okay. Now, how do we go about doing this? We could say that it's a one-way street, one-way process. So it only toggles. So let's do export var, or it only triggers. Trigger targets, and it's going to be an array of node paths. And yes, I know we can do array of nodes, but that's fine. So when we do this, so var used false if use this false, we will trigger all targets. So for each target path in this array, we're gonna get node each target path and then tell it to trigger. Okay. Nice. So it triggers, that's good. And then used becomes true. If the players can come back to this level, it'll just reset the used state. And that's fine. Okay. So all we have to do is set this to 4 targets. I think this should do it. Except I'm gonna need to set the co-op level, co-op mode. I do want to give the players the ability to just drop into the game instead of having to return to like the main menu and stuff. So if we go to master node, where's the master node? I don't think we have the master node open. There we go. So it has a variable called co-op. Set it to 2. Cool. So now I need a second controller. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, geez. Okay. This one controller has sticky keys. Dang it. Okay. Hold on. Hold on a second. I do have some what is it? Rubbing alcohol here. Let me just clean that up. Grease that stuff. Okay, cool. Now I need a cable. USB cable. One second. Now I have some. Down into the drawer of infinite cables for many years we go. And yeah, that's perfect. I want to warp the mouse, but I don't want to affect the event relative. You could try for storing if you've warped the mouse and then forfeiting the relative for a single frame. Be like mouse warped, set it to true, and then detect if mouse was warped, return, and then set it to false. Okay, well that's lovely. Co-op is 2. Check if you can set it. Set mouse relative. Okay. So I can move this guy. Can't move the other one. Now, is it because the controller is dead? Or is it because of other reasons? Oh, I didn't press power on that particular USB port. Okay, might have to restart. There's no light indicator to see if this controller is working. Oh, come on. Can't think of any other way either. Yeah, okay, well, suppose that could work. Hold on, if I disconnect the first controller, is the first player gonna start running? Nope. So this controller either doesn't work or the cable that I grabbed is just a power cable. Interesting. Hold on a sec. Let me plug in this cable into the first controller. Oh. I still didn't press the power button. Okay, that doesn't seem to work. What about this one? First controller. Yes, no? Nope. Restart. Yeah, this might be just a power cable. No data. Yup. Okay. So that's interesting. It appears the unfathomable has happened, and I actually ran out of micro USB cables. Never thought I'd see the light of day. Hold on. Let me plug in the original to the... Okay, there we go. So that sees it. Okay, but I still don't have a micro USB cable for the second one. So I'm gonna have to search for that. Okay. That I actually found miraculously. Hey, I found the original one, the original data cable. Now is it gonna work? So we don't have second player for some reason. Now what happened? Why do we not have second player? Motion mode. We have the player start. Auto spawn, that's fine. Do we have to set the type of controller? Quest data. Finish stages. At complete game stage. I think this might be in the somewhere in the player code. Okay. So while I'm figuring this out, I'm actually going to quickly restart the episode because it's been an hour. Well, I guess no intro. Nah. There you go. There's the intro. Okay. Input mode KB. Now, why, oh why, do we not have player control? Is it the player start that controls it? Let me double check this. So input mode, input type. It says keyboard here, controller 1, controller 2. Okay. So let's have the player show which controller they're using. Record prompt, rec. Let's give it a label. control a label, and then in the process, AI player code. Right. Input type. C1, C2. Controller 1, controller 2. Okay. So we know that it's set to controller 2. Now, why is it not... Why is it not running? AI player code. If AI is true, is AI set to enabled, maybe? And it's like battling it. Let's see. False and false. Okay. Okay, just for sanity's sake. He's not like standing on something, is he? I guess we'll have to go take a look at the controller code. Okay, that's curious. It only spawns the jump poof when it's in the middle of the air. That's another thing we need to fix. Death part preload. What do we got here? Okay, let's get the traversal thing. Gravity. Floor jumping. If this is a ladder, jump over it. Half the movement when we let go. Here's move and slide. Velocity gets put into movement, so movement is what we actually use. I don't think this needs to run every time, setting up the up vector. Or this, or this, or this. I think this can be put into the ready. Dang it. Configure movement settings. Okay. So move and slide. So we work with movement variable. Okay. Oh boy. 73 matches. Okay. All right. Here we go. Do we not have a gravity mentioned in here somewhere? Like some sort of a gravity amount? Nope. Okay. Let's go from here, actually. Control movement using D-pads. So none of that is relevant. Deceleration on the floor. Yes. Wait a minute. No, we're not doing jumping. We're doing gravity. Okay. Gravity would involve movement on the y-axis. There we go. There's gravity. If we're touching else we're doing this. So could it be that we're just not touching? Let's print S, the name of the player, and then touching ground. Do we have a character name in here? By any chance? My player number. We can use that. Yeah, I should just looked up gravity. Cool. Ready? Okay, player 1 touching ground, player 2 touching ground. Interesting. So they're both thinking that they are touching. Oh, wait, hold on. Well, yeah, if we see this, that means. Well, that means we're not touching ground. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, hold on a sec. That seems weird. I'm just gonna switch the desk to standing pose. I'm tired of sitting. This is weird. Ray floor 1, ray floor, or ray floor left. If either of them are touching, this will run. On floor true. Here it says on floor false. Oh, hold on a second. It only says player number 1 is not touching. And yeah, this is not touching. Okay. So if it's not touching, gravity is supposed to be applied. And stop upward movement if hits the ceiling. Uh-huh. Okay. Why don't we also print the velocity of the player? Let's see what's happening there. Maybe move and slide just doesn't get executed. Okay, well, he's fallen. The velocity is accumulating. We're just not moving. Okay. Oh. 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 What the hell is this shit? This means that this is only going to work if it's player 0. So this is supposed to, if not AI. Okay. Yeah, that was weird. Only if it's not AI, then it's supposed to not run the move and slide. Okay, so, yeah, there we go. Whoops, okay, never mind. Right. These things need to be on by default. Now we get into the whole dual controller development. Nice. So player 2, player 1. Oh. Interesting. Oh, right. Wrong button. Nice. Okay. Now, how far away can we interact with this thing? Pretty far. Hmm. Occasionally lingers around for a few more cycles to make counter to be able to fine tune how many iterations of input should skip. Damn, that's interesting. Maybe it lingers because the mouse keeps reporting it, or not. No, 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 no. The computer is the one that pulls mice nowadays. It's not a PS2 mouse. Huh. That's weird. The way I handle the mouse is by, I think, using like a secondary mouse, a fake mouse. I just keep the real mouse always locked. I don't know if that's going to be helpful though. And it seems a bit extreme to like have to write your entire mouse script just for that. Okay. Well, we have the ability to interact with this thing now. That's good. Okay, allows us to fall. I just don't want the player to be screwing around with it. So I think tiny input lag, so ditched it. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We can make the gates essentially we can make the gates turn off. Let's say we have a trigger or toggle, I suppose, that toggles the gate. We can make it so that if you're pushing, when you start pushing down the controllers, it will engage something else to be enabled, like a series of, I don't know, some sort of blocking mechanisms, pressure plates. I just want to eliminate the possibility that the player is going to interact with it outside. I can make this thing wider. Could put lasers. I don't want it to be... I want it to be more ambient. Laser seems a bit much. Okay. What shall we do? What should we do? The lazy thing would be to just duplicate these and place them on sideways. But, you know, that seems a bit much. Could lock the player's movement, or not movement, but inputs. I think players might have something like that. We have a ceiling lamp, I think, that we made a while ago. Chain lamp. Oh, yes. So we have this one, a short one. It might be a good idea to go through the lamps, and instead of doing this, just make a modular one, like we did with the chains and stuff. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So we can at least take something off the list. We can take off the what was scheduled for today. 2 players, interactive progression. That's done. Add Sheen to the slip blocks. Okay, so while I'm thinking of what to do here, I'm gonna um, work on that, maybe. Maybe I will implement as a temporary solution what I had in mind, which is a reverse toggle. Reverse toggle basically means that while this thing is off, it toggles something, well, Okay, that's curious. I think we might have to check if the angle of both levers isn't at 0, which is fine. Okay, so we're gonna do, where is it? There it is. Okay, let's make another export. Var. So this is, what is it gonna be? Lockout, toggle, targets, array, node path. Okay. Export. Export. There we go. Nice. So the idea here is that toggle these objects while the levers are not at 0. So we do for each target in lockout toggle targets. We're going to say toggle, we need to get node of each target and then toggle it to be, let's see, let's check if the lever, I guess we need to check if it's reset. We can get the levers to track that. Reset angle 0.0. And I guess we don't really need the reset angle. We could just do lever reset false, and then it's going to do this. It's going to check if, or just lever reset is going to be whether or not the lever's rotation is less than 10 degrees. So if it's over 10 degrees, then this is false. If it's less than 10 degrees, this is true. And then here we can do set, what do we set it on? So we set it, we need to check if the left lever is reset and the right lever is also reset. And then whatever the lockout toggle target is, we're going to toggle it to be the reverse of this state. So both of these have to be reset for this to be true, which means if it's true, both levers are reset, we need to disable the lockout targets. Okay, so how is this gonna work now? Well, we go to the level, and let's say for the time being, I'm just going to use lasers. So we have laser mounted. Okay, one is positioned here, and then laser mounted end is going to be positioned up here. There we go. And then we're going to do another one right here. And they are both off by default, and they can be both toggled. So we're gonna do dual interact gate, lockout, toggle targets, set it to 2, and set that first laser mounted and second laser mounted. And then, as soon as we get over here, they're off. As soon as we start interacting, they become on. Now, that's interesting. Particles are not currently correctly rotated. As long as we're on the subject of it, might as well fix it. Let's see. Laser particles. I think we need to set the rotation. I guess just rotation is fine. It's going to be set to the angle between laser 1 and laser end. That should do it. Nice. Now, of course, we won't be able to see the particles because they're all going in downwards. I think maybe they shouldn't be going only downwards. We should give them a little bit of velocity. So laser particles. Spawn velocity. In all directions. Sure. So we should make sure that particles aren't on by default. Okay. Which is... There we go. Cool. That works. I think that'll be fine. Other than that, I think this is gonna work okay. And then as soon as we nudge them even once, it causes them to enable. That will prevent the players from going outside of the gate. Okay, that's a little sketchy. Oh, that's the second player. The second player cannot be killed for some reason. Hold on a second. Okay, and it also fails the whole game, even if it's just the first player that dies. So we're going to fix that as well. I think that might already be on the list. Bugs. Can't reload scene. Second player cannot be killed by lasers. AI exception. Bug. Gub. Cool. All right. Nice. So that's fine. We'll fix that afterwards. What do we got here now? Now we have... Right, we had the other thing that I wanted to deal with, which is giving a little bit of sheen to the slip block. Now, we don't have the slip block sprite anymore because that was lost in a hard drive crash. And I didn't have a repository for the assets at that time. So, that's fine. I'm just gonna do something like this. So I want to make a seamless texture. A seamless texture. And it's going to be basically of some lines. Okay, that's the idea. We're gonna get this exported. Engine, sprites, blocks, or was it? Technically it was tiles, but that slip block is not a tile. Obstacles, right? Where's obstacles? No? Really? All right. Oh, that's JPEG. We need PNG. Sprites. Mm-hmm. All right. We're gonna go ahead and save this to the assets, sprites. I guess this is obstacles. Maybe. Okay, this is gonna be slip block sheen. Beautiful. All right. Okay. Sprite. So this is gonna be the sheen. Oh, can we rename that? Sheen over here. Give it a texture. Sheen and hey. Okay, so we can take advantage of the whole region rect behavior where it essentially makes the texture seamless, and we can scroll it infinitely like that. So it's 64 by 64. I think we just do like the Y sheen. Oh geez. Repetition enabled. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it scroll based on the camera's real coordinates. Okay, so we're gonna get, I see the slip block doesn't run any code. I guess we're gonna have to make it run code now. That was nice while it lasted. Blocks slip block GD. Okay, and in the process, we're gonna do this. We're gonna get the camera, and then we do, how do we get the camera? Viewport, get camera 3 or 2D. And that gives us the currently active 2D camera. So we do get viewport, get camera 2D. So that gives us the camera. And then what we can do, we can make the sheen region, oh, come on, texture, region rect dot position on the y-axis to be set to cam. So the camera has a real position and the perceived position. If we have smoothing enabled, the real position is, or the perceived position is what we set the node to, but the camera may not be there yet. So we have to get its real position, like whatever the camera actually says it's at. And then, what is the property called? Position, rotation, zoom, drag, custom viewport, anchor. Limit smooth, offset, position, smoothing enabled, position speed. Is it a method? Get target position, get screen center position. I think one of these. Returns the camera's target position in global coordinates. The return value is not the same as node 2D global position, as it is affected by drag properties. Is also not the same as the current position. Position smoothing enabled is true. Get screen center position. That's what we need to use. Okay, so we're going to go here. Get screen center position. We're just going to do .y. Okay, now where do we have slip blocks? Let's see. 28. Let's take a look. Oh, hey. Oh, well that looks sketchy. We moved a bunch of stuff and now a bunch of levels are not aware of where the heck everything's at. That's kind of unfortunate. Oh, we got slip blocks over here. Okay. You know what? That's fine. Let's just go over here. We gotta get a bunch of slip blocks here anyways, I believe. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's run this scene. Good thing we only have one camera. And beautiful. What happened? Region rect on compressed texture 2D. Oh, right. It's not a part of the texture. It's part of the sprite itself. Got it. Ooh, okay. So it's doing it. It's definitely doing it. I don't know if it's doing it correctly. Also, when we created this scene, it seems like the camera is already locked to something. Nope, that doesn't seem like it. I'm gonna take this slip block. Let's actually close a bunch of this stuff. And let's reduce the brightness. Maybe we can make it additive. Like this. Sure. Okay, that seems a little weird how it turns brown that way. Okay. Now, what if we set it to 0.5? So half of the screen position. Basically creating kind of like a parallax effect. Sure. That could work. Yeah, that does look shiny. That's actually pretty cool. And the fact that it's seamless kind of transitions nicely into the next tile as well. Okay, so let's go over with the other player. Cool. Okay, that's a little fast. Okay. Yeah. That works. I think that should be good. We can take that off the list. Let's see here. Add Sheen to slip blocks is done. Nice. Okay. What is next? Next, shall we do the launch saw? And then maybe take care of some of the sprites, exterior sprites. Curve resource, spring sign. So this one I think could be a fairly simple one, and these ones could technically be the same. So I guess we could do that. Let's try this. So yeah, let's do that. So it's basically just another generic follower. So let's do curve x follower. Okay. And then the curve x follower is going to be essentially like a simple node into which we place other obstacles. So I'm going to save this. Mechanics, objects, hazards. We got to place it into the same place as generic path follower. So I guess this would be mechanics, simple level. Hey. Welcome back. Utility. Utility, components, hazards. New prototype? Nope, this is RTech Rise. The oldest project I've started. Dating back all the way to the good old 2012. Level mechanics. Generic path follower. Okay, so this is generic curve X follower. Okay. Cool. So the way this works is we go to the attach a script to it, and it will ask for a curve. Whatever we draw on that curve is going to be the motion that this follower is going to execute. Okay. Now, let's see here. Scripts, level mechanics, I suppose that's fine there. Okay, so let's give it export var curve curve 2D. Yes, so it takes a curve resource, we give it a new curve. Nope, that's not it. I think it's just curve. Yes, there we go. So we can add a point here, add one here, and then we just do it like this. Okay, now I think for the sake of visualizing it, we're going to set it to be a tool. And we're going to do func process, or physics process. Okay, func physics process, and we're going to make it progress. So it needs to be x progress 0.0. We need to have an export variable called speed 0.02 or 0.2. Cool. In the physics process, we're going to take x process and add to it this speed. The voice seems to be broken now. No, that's just me. We had a recording session last night, and we did a lot of screaming and yelling and laughing. So, you know. Oh yeah, not broken. Excuse me, I didn't read it correctly. Yeah, I mean over yesterday it fixed up a little bit. Also, I stood up. I set my desk to standing mode, and I guess that doesn't compress my diaphragm as much, so that definitely helps. X process speed. And then I guess we could just handle it all within physics process. Maybe. Let's do this. Let's do speed is going to be 10. We'll do speed times delta to make sure that it's the same speed on all computers. We don't need physics process in that case. And then we're going to talk to the curve. And I think there's a property for get interpolated point. Let's see. Get point position, that takes a point. Sample. Okay, so they renamed it sample. We need to provide it with the x value. Sample, and then we need to give it the x progress. Now, the important thing is that if x progress is above 1.0, x process goes back to 0. And then if it's less than 0.0, x progress set to 1.0. This is just in case the speed is set to a negative value. Okay. So that's good. What it returns is the position, x position. And then what we're going to do is I guess we need to set ourselves to that position. But the problem is that, what is that position? If we just place this thing on just a random point, if we override the position, it's going to be messed up. So I guess what we can do is we can record starting position. Let's do on ready. And let's record just position, not the global position, because if we nest this element into another node, it has to know its position within that element. So this is a rare exception where we have to do it this way. So we do position is starting position plus x position, and then we need to make another variable called range. Let's do 128, and then x position, x scalar times range. Okay, and that's it. So hypothetically, if I were to go to this level, which we're not really going to have these things in this level. Actually, let's go to sandbox. That's a perfect place for us to test this out. In the sandbox, I'm just going to expand this. Okay, so what is it called? Curve, generic curve X position. So we place it. Where is it? It's right there. Place it right here. And then I will put a saw into it. Now it is already marked as a starting. Process not working. Physics process? I should be seeing some movement already, technically. Unless there's an error. Invalid operands, vector to and float. 23. Right. Starting position X. Okay. Well, that should be working. Process. Ah, okay. Okay, so there it is. Okay, 23 error setting property position with value of type float. What? Position on the x-axis. There we go. That's a little fast. Let's set the speed to 1. Get rid of this, close this. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we can double it. And then we can start messing around with the curve. Right? Let's actually let's do this. Let's set it to 10 or 100, I guess, so that we can fine tune it. But we're going to take it and then divide it by 100 here. Because we are dealing with curve, and the curve just takes a value between 0 and 100. Okay, so speed. There we go. So we've set it to 20. Doesn't like that. Floats. There we go. I'm seeing a color scheme. What is specific to only your art? Say that again. Hold on. The heart icon on the Discord is obscuring, which is specific to your art. Oh, yeah, I tend to like go for a lot of the blue colors and cold colors. Um, I did this in Angler. I did this in this one. Yeah, I tend to go for like these very cool cold colors. Okay. I believe we should be able to set these points. Whoops. Right tangent, right mode, right mode. That's interesting. Left mode. Can we set them to no Bezier? Physics mini game also had the same. I suppose that's what people call a style. Never really paid attention to it. That's interesting. Okay, so like this. Oh, that's okay. Hold on a second. What is this? Is that something I can set? Might be. Hold on a sec. We need to make sure that there's no curve here, because every single one of these things needs to set its own curve. Ah. Okay, so that's the range of values. Oh, this is actually cool. Oh man, that means we don't actually need the range here. Screw that noise. Let's get rid of this. No range. Just use X. I guess this is like X offset then. Nice. Oh, that's awesome. We could just set the range right inside of this thing. So let's do like negative 128, positive 128. And then this goes here, and then goes back. Dude, that's awesome. Beautiful. So the only thing is, can I move it? Starting position. Starting position gets overwritten. And this is, I think, the biggest issue. So maybe instead of setting the position of itself, we could set the position of the child. In that case, we don't need the starting position. We just do get child 0 dot position dot x, and then it's just going to be x offset. Okay, now we need to prevent this from happening. If curve is null, return. If curve is null, or get child count is 0, then we return. Don't do this. Okay, so now I can position this right here, and then we can do some stuff like, let's see, we can like rotate this technically. Okay, that's the height. Now, can we change the type of curve it is? Oh, that's cool. Lock it in there. Right mode, free, left mode, linear. Okay, so which point is this? It's this one. Ah, there we go. Okay, so something resembling something like this. Basically kind of like animation curves. What is right tangent? Oh, okay. Got it. That's the, I guess that's the angle adjustment. Okay, if we hold shift, we can adjust this. Cool. All right. Yeah, that works. So that's done. And we can always just drag and drop it into the level. Um, Set up custom motions. Cool. Cool beans. I'm just gonna take this for today. So curve resource pattern based obstacle. That's done. And technically, spring sine wave based rubber banding thing can pull off with saw. Yeah, that's also done. That can also be done by the curve based one. Okay. Cool. Lunge saw, sprites, all that good jazz. Okay. I'm gonna take a break. Maybe make a new cup of Joe. I'm gonna put this on pause and maybe take 15. Okay. Be right back. And we're back. Okay, one sec. Ooh, perfect. Alrighty. So, started recording again. That's good. Ooh, so what should we do now? Now, what do we have here? We have the launch saw that needs to be made. We technically have a saw that was made before, but we don't have a file for that, so we're just gonna have to import that again. Let's go into Hardtech Rise, Engine, Sprites. Voice of the creator. Yes, my son. What do we have? Hazards. 128 saw. I think that's it. Okay. Now, here's the idea behind this. I'm going to save it as assets, sprites, hazards. There we go. Hello, new here. Good day. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the idea here is that we have this saw, but it acts as a decoy. If we set it here, and effectively there's like an attachment and a piece that extends, and when the players see it, they don't know if the saw is going to launch at them or if it's just going to stay stationary. So that's what we're going to put together here. Oh, of course I made a mistake of painting on the wrong layer, as usual. And there we go. Fill that in. Okay. So, this will be an overlay. The rest of the games. That's right. Got a lot of projects. Let's see. I'm just gonna make it a one-sided thing. There we go. So the idea is that every saw has this thing, but not every saw lunges at us. So what do we want to do for the lunging part? Let's make a new layer. Okay, this is going to be the half base. So we'll do it like this. Maybe like this, actually. Okay, so that's going to be the part that kind of sits on the ground. The 3D Swamp survival game. Yes, we're making good progress on that one, but that's not until Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, so this is the base component. And the last thing we need is some sort of a repeating pattern for for the rod that connects everything together. Okay, so for that, what are we going to do for that? I think I might want to lower this down, like this. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll keep it this way. Let's do... This is a base. Let's add a new one. And then we need the chain, so to speak. The piece that connects it all together. Mm-hmm. There we go. That's the idea. Mm-hmm. Automaton, or the Automicon. Yes. Dude, I'm waiting for that day as well. So, but, you know, I have to prove something to myself with this project, or with the projects that I'm running right now, and it's the fact that I can finish them. Okay? I need to be able to finish them. And it's not all in vain. I'm using the Dreadtail project to figure out what should be the approaches for various mechanics. So it's all good. Okay, perfect. So these are the individual components. We're gonna go ahead and export these pieces. Engine, sprites, hazards. And let's do 128 saw. Okay, so 128 saw chain. Okay. 128 saw base. And then this is the saw itself, except we need to export the two separate pieces. Saw blade. Okay, and this would be saw motor. There we go. Cool. That should be good. Let's open up the 128 saw. And we're going to start by setting up... Oh yeah, we had an old engine here, but looks kind of like ass, so we're going to forget about that. Mm-hmm. So this is motor. Nice. We'll come back to it and revamp it a little bit afterwards. Nearest. Okay. So this is supposed to be the static element. Cool. What we're gonna have to do is keep... We have the saw here. We want to put the area into the saw. Let's call it saw sprite. And then in the code, of course, we need to update it. Saw sprite. engine can stay where it is, I think. We need another one for the blade. No, for the base. Okay. And the base one is going to be useful for showing that the saw blade's right here. So, okay, these guys really shouldn't be on top. Okay, all of these guys need to be in the background, behind. So we're going to take them, put them up above walls, just like that. Beautiful. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Need to go to bed. Sounds good, man. Take a day. Take a night. Have a good night. We're gonna need to make it so that we can disable the base on the saws that aren't supposed to have a base. So we're gonna do we're gonna do what? We need to disable base. So let's do an export variable var no base. It's okay if it's not a tool. We can work with it. So we're gonna do base dot visible equals not no base. So if this is true, then this will be false. Visible becomes false. Cool. So for this particular level, this one, if we toggle no base, this guy's in the path. Wait, what the heck? What's this? Why is this here? Utility spawn X follower saw blades. X follower. What the hell is this? Oh, that's just X follower. Number 6. Oh, okay. This thing, I programmed it as a quick way to deploy a bunch of saw blades. Every like X number. Fine. Yeah, so I did want to like place them myself. That's not the path then that I'm looking for. I'm looking for this path. Yes. So we find... Is that the path? Yes. Oh, that's curious. I have multiple saw blades here, and I think I might have forgotten to offset them. Ah. Okay. Got it. It's supposed to have been like this. Okay, so we take these 4 saw blades. No base. So now if we run this one, there we go. Cool. Man, I gotta say, when there's 2 players involved, the camera feels a little weird, not following whoever's running. But hey, this works. I think this works pretty well. I think I had something on the list of to-do things. Animated water texture, laser mirror, more vine designs, path 2D based saw blade rails populator. So this is the same thing what we did with the vines, except for the saw blades. I wanted to make so that the paths are generated automatically. We don't have to do it ourselves. Okay. Cool. So that works. Now we need to make the lunging part. So from this point on, we're going to be in the sandbox. Holy macaroni. I didn't know macaroni could be holy. Okay, can we instance the scene here? 128 saw. Why is it sideways? Oh, because I placed it into the node that is sideways. There we go. Okay, we'll place it here. And I want to place it above the walls like this. Okay, so the concept here, clearly having a good macaroni. I eat good macaroni. It was shaped in all sorts of weird squiggly lines and tastes a little bit kind of like glue. For some reason, I'm not allowed to that kindergarten anymore. Let's see. What we're going to do here is we're going to move the saw sprite. We need to make sure that the engine moves with it, but we have to keep the engine separate because it needs to obscure the line that is essentially going to be connecting the various behaviors. The chain specifically that moves the saw blades. So we're going to do another export, var lunging false. And then we're going to make another variable, distance, lunge distance. Let's set it to 128. Okay. Cool. So what we need to do is this. We need to detect how far, if there's any players who have entered the saw blade. Now, to make this work, we need to give it a node. It's going to be an area 2D, and then player detection. Now, it will need to have a shape. Now, we're not going to populate the shape here because different lunging saws will have to have different distances. So we're actually going to populate that node here. So we're going to say if lunging is true, var shape equals collision shape 2D. Make a new one. Actually, not collision shape. It needs the shape right away. So that's circle shape 2D. Circle shape 2D. We will talk to this collision. Talk to the shape property and set it to this shape we just created. Now, we also need to set the radius. Radius to be lunge distance. There we go. All right. So this is only going to be done if the lunging is true. That's fine. Else, frankly, we can queue free the player detection. No need for any of that nonsense. Just kind of sits there and costs performance. So that is good. Now, for the lunging part, it needs to detect when the player gets close enough. And when the player does get close enough, it causes the saw blade to lunge towards the player, limited by the lunge distance. Okay. So we have player detection. If we have multiple players, it will have to figure out which one's the closest. So body entered, body exit. And that means we need to do some distance calculation. So var player nodes. And it should not react to the AI players. Okay. So if body dot is in group called what? Player group? What group is the player part of? Player group. Should know this by now. Okay, so if it's a player, check if body AI is not, then player nodes will append body. Maybe double check if it's not already there. If not has body, add append to the body. Okay. Now, exiting, same concept. Check if it's a player. Excuse me. Check if it's a player. Check if it's not AI. Check if it is in the array. And then append it or remove it. Erase technically. Erase is what we use to erase by value. Okay, now, process. Figure out closest player. Okay. So var closest player equals null. And then for each player in player nodes, I guess we need to have a max or closest distance start at 2000 so that any player can beat that. We're going to do dist to player. We're going to get global position distance to each player global position. And then if the distance to player is less than the closest distance gets updated with this distance, with the distance to player. And then closest player is recorded to be this player. And then it will continue through the for loop, eventually telling us what is the closest player. Cool. Okay. So now here, we're going to say if closest player is not equals null, then we need to make it lunge at the player. By the way, all of this code is going to be bypassed if lunging is false. So only if lunging is true will we do all of this stuff. Okay. Now, what do we need to do? We need to move the saw sprite. And we need to move it towards the player, but we need to make sure that it doesn't move past the lunge distance. By the way, the lunge distance, the shape should be a little bit larger than the lunge distance. It would be like 128 plus maybe like 64 for extra padding. Okay. Okay. Actually plus 128. So it's the size of the blade plus the lunge distance. Now, if the closest player is not equals null, that means there is a closest player. We need to make it essentially interpolate to the distance. So we can talk to the saw sprite position. And let's make it linearly interpolate to something. So we do, let's do global position. Global position. Yes. We use global position plus equals. Where does it need to interpolate? So I suppose it might be better if we do final position vector 2 Let's say it's going to be global position of the whole saw blade, so the top node. And the saw sprite will smoothly transition to the final position, and it's going to be fairly quick, divided by like 2. Okay, so this is what we set over here. It's always going to be set to final position, and if the closest player is not null, then final position will be set to closest player dot global position dot direction. We need to get the direction and then multiply it by lunge distance. So direction from what? From us. Global position dot direction to the player, closest player's position, multiplied by lunge distance. There we go. And I think that should be it. Okay. Let's set the sandbox to be the main scene for the time being while we're working on this. Okay, we need to set that saw blade to actually be the lunging saw blade. Position it right there. Lunging. Nice. Okay, well it's trying. It's definitely trying. Final position. Take the saw blade, global position plus equals. Final position. Oh, I suppose final position would be our global position, which is the saw blade plus the offset by the lunge distance towards the player. All right. There we go. That's the idea. Maybe a little fast. Let's do like 5. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oh, and I'm dead. Oh yeah, and the restart button only works for the first player. Whoops. Cool. Well, it works. We need to make the motor assume the same position. So we can take, where is it? Engine. I think you just do position equals saw sprite position. Since they're both technically still in local space to their parent, that should be fine. Nice. Okay. So the final thing that I need to set is I need to connect them by some sort of a line. We have a sprite for that. Let's do, so it's got to sit, I believe, be above the engine. So this is line or connector line. Chain. There we go. Now, first things first is the connector line position is going to be perfectly in between the engine position, I suppose, and the base position. So we will take the position of the engine, yep, position of the base, add them up, and then average them. Next, the rotation is going to be calculated from the engine position, rotation or angle to point, the base position, think that ought to do it. Nice. Except the rotation has to be, I think 90 degrees would be pi divided by 2. Not quite. Interesting. Connector line rotation will go between engine position, calculate angle to point to the base position. Oh, multiply, excuse me. Need to add. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Nice, nice. And the only thing is we need to set the extents of the texture. So I'm going to take the connector line, set region to be enabled. Width is 128, and then height is going to be calculated. So let's set it to 0. This is going to be region rect size Y. So we're going to talk to connector line, region rect dot size dot y, and that is going to be set to the distance between these two nodes. So distance 2. There we go. And I suppose if this is not a lunging saw, connector line can be cute free. No sense in having a bunch of extra sprites there. Hey, look at that. Hey. Well, it works. And this is how far it detects the player. Now maybe it would be nice if the motor spun around as well. Let's see. Engine position. Let's set the engine rotation to be also the same. Okay. Okay. Now we do have to be careful because that could be a tell of which saw blade is the lunging one and which one is not. So if we disable it, we know that it has to be facing the same orientation. Okay. Okay, so you can kind of, can you tell? You can kind of tell because there's like a few pixels here that are not in the same place. So maybe if the player is null, we will set the position to a vector 2, 0, 0, and we're going to put a comment here. Prevent slight offsets from giving away which saw is the lunging one. Okay. Okay, there we go. So you can see now all of them have the same exact sprite position until it, of course, lunges at them. Okay. maybe instead of checking if it's null, let's check the distance. Okay. Right here. If the distance is less than 0.5, at which point it basically means it returned. There we go. Nice. And you can't even notice it. Although 0.5 means 0.5 pixels. That's not really a thing. We're going to do it like this. Okay. Yeah, seems like that could work. Although I don't know. Return to origin. Let's see if this pops up. Return to origin. Yeah, it does. Okay. So I suppose that's fine. And also, I think the detection could be made plus like another 64 pixels. Okay. Jeez. Okay, that's fine. Lunge distance. Let's do 60, 64. I don't know why I switched to 3D view. Okay. So that's 64. Okay, but that doesn't seem right. That's the detection. Direction plus, interesting, 32. Is it me, or does that seem like it's not actually obeying the dimensions? I set it like 2 pixels. Oh, well, it would make sense if that's not the lunging saw. Okay. Right. There we go. Beautiful. All right. There is one last thing, however, that I need to worry about, and it's the fact that lunging saws shouldn't be able to spin all the way around. So let's say if we have a sideways piece, and then we have concrete wall. So position it like this. Take the saw blade, place it here. Okay, so you see it's kind of going into the wall. We don't want that. We want the cutoff to be right around here. Now, to help us figure this out, I think we could use local angles. Let's try label. I'm going to place the label here. And then let's go in, and we're going to display text stringified version of let's calculate the angle. So we're going to go engine position, angle to point, base position. Okay, so 2.7. Since it's local positions, it doesn't really matter how we rotate it. Let me try radians to degrees. Okay. Okay, so that looks like 160, 140. And I assume that, oh, geez, okay. I assume that on this side it's going to be, looks like it's 4. Okay, so it seems like it's going to be 90 degrees if it's perfectly upwards. So it's 90 degrees minus 45, 90 degrees plus 45. That seems like what we're working with. So let's do this. Bar. Let's do this. Figure out if the saw won't be out of angle range. So angle range is going to be, we calculate what? I guess so this is curious. If we base it on the angle of the saw blade, when we move the saw blade or check against the saw blade, it's just going to go right back. So, so this is mighty limiting. I think I might have to make a separate special node, an invisible node to dnode, which always points to the player, the nearest player. And if that node is too far, or if that node is at a too steep of an angle, we don't make the saw lunge towards the player. I believe this might have also been the approach I did in the first version, in the GameMaker Studio version of this. Because can't use the player's position, because it's in global position. Let's do node 2D. Let's do player tracker. Now, if the player isn't null, we will tell player tracker global position to assume the global position of the closest player. Beautiful. Player tracker global position equals closest player global position. So now we take this and all the calculations, everything, is going to have to be done to not the final position, but the position towards the point. This little player tracker. Okay. So So it takes the position of the base, takes the angle to the position of the player tracker. So this time we're using its local position. That tells us the angle range. And then we can say if the closest player is not null, I guess we can just say the final position is global position up there. But if I suppose yeah, we don't want to overwrite it. We don't want to make it go anywhere if the player is null. So if it's not null and angle range is, let's see, 90 degrees was to the right. So that's 90 degrees because our saw blade on the wall is sideways. Even though it's pointing up, it's to the right. So that's 90 degrees. So it's 90 degrees minus 60, 90 degrees plus 60. So if the angle range is less than 90 degrees plus 60 and angle range is higher than 90 degrees minus 60, then final destination is going to be, I guess we can still use the player tracker as the final destination. And then we set the position and all the angles get calculated otherwise. I think that should be good. Oh yes, and we should probably make sure that it only calculates the angle range. Oh, actually, we have to do it here because this whole thing depends on it. Player tracker position. Yeah, player tracker position is always there, so we can rely on it always existing. Okay, now we can't see it. So let's make this a sprite. Okay. And then give it an X so we can see what it's doing. Okay, so it's clearly it's tracking me. It's tracking all of us. Let's enable visible collision shapes. Okay, cool. So as soon as we leave it, you can see that it's no longer in the right place. It only tracks us up until we leave the X. Okay, now I would like to be able to see that angle. Please and thank you. So angle label text equals, oh right, angle to point gives us the angle in radians. Rad to deg. That's why it wasn't working. Angle to player. Okay. Oh. Okay, so right now it said the player's label is obscuring it. Let's go ahead and remove that. Alrighty. So that's the angle right now. I think I need a better testing ground for this. Let's see. Sandbox. I'm going to take the tile. All right. Take this guy, place it right here. Now we'll work with that. Cool. Okay. So you can see right now we're basically perpendicular to its upwards direction, which is this way, but the saw blade is sideways, but we're working with local axis. So it looks like it's negative 96. Negative 96. And then up here it's negative 175. Okay. So I reckon that we can do this with negative values. Okay, so this would be... Oh, wait, why is it times 60? Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so it still needs to be negative 90 minus 60. And then negative 90 has to be larger, negative 90 minus 60, and then less than negative 90 plus 60. Hey, look at that. Nice. And then when we get too low, like this. Nice. Cool. And I think that should work for any orientation. So let's do maybe negative 70. We can set that as a number. It's like the detection range. Right? So we go over here. Cheeky. Cheeky bastard. Let's do this. Just out of curiosity. 80, 80, or I guess 90 would be a perfect 90 degrees. I'm gonna make that as a value that we can adjust. Okay, there we go. And if we go up here, you can see, yeah, it's like... Oh, man. It's such a trolly mechanic. All right, so let's do this. Let's do export var detection angle 90. Detection angle range. Export. Nice. Okay, so now we go back down here. And then minus this variable plus this variable. And then let's make it into export range minus 90 to plus 90. Although, what if we want even wider range of detection? All right, you know what? I think that's fine. Excuse me. That would be the limitation of the saw blade. Yep, so you can see that it's not detecting. It is detecting when we're kind of far, at just about any angle, but you can also do something like this. Be like, yeah, let's place this over here, and then set the angle to like 15, and then this to 128. So it's like, oh, yeah. The debugger is giving it away. Let's do visible collisions. And also, we need to hide this X. We'll keep it as a sprite if we ever need to debug it again. All right, so this goes down here. And then you're like, oh yeah, that's fine. Nope. That one doesn't detect. Perfect. All right. I'd say that's pretty damn good. Cool. So this is good. We now have a lunging saw. That is something that we can take off the list. Done. Okay, sprites, surveillance equipment, hanging wires and conduits. I think that should be okay for this session. I'm gonna end this here. It's been 3.5 hours, give or take, minus breaks. Actually, we have this thing, Path to D based saw blade rails. Maybe we can knock that off the list. Yeah, you know what? We can probably do that. I'm gonna just restart the episode. Give me 1 sec. All right, perfect. We'll just do one more because it's an easy one, because we've already done it. If we take a look at the wire, okay, this wire is made out of a path, and it basically does all of this stuff right here. Realistically, we can just copy everything in here, and we're not even going to need to use everything. I'm going to do this. Let's make a new node, path to D. This is going to be called saw blade path. Auto draw. Attach a script. Okay. This is hazards, obstacles. Oh, that's a script though. Scripts. Hazards. It's not really a hazard itself. Yeah, it's more of a level mechanic. Cool. We're going to paste it in here. And essentially, we need a sprite for the rail and a sprite for the conduit. Okay, so if we take a look at the wire, it uses the conduit, power conduit PNG, and also power conduit, the path itself. So it looks like it's like a 16 by 16 pixel image. Interesting. Okay. So 64 by 64 will be too big. We could do 32 by 32. That might also still be too big. Let's take a look. So resize canvas, 32 by 32. Okay. We're going to quickly put together some kind of a path. Maybe actually this should be even darker. Yes, okay. That'll do. Hopefully it's not too bright though. Okay, and then the connectors would have to be made out of little circular bits and pieces. So let's see. This is not an engine thing. We're saving it into sprites. Obstacles. Saw blade path. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna export this. Sprites. I guess it's not really a hazard, but there we go. Saw blade path. And then we're gonna make another one. Okay. We're gonna make it shrink by 1. Let's first start with this one. Nice. And then this one. Ow. That's not enough. Dang it. Beautiful. All right. So now we don't need everything here. We don't need the on or off states because that's not a thing with these things. We're just gonna do this. Okay. So we get the path and we get the conduit. So conduit is this guy. Path is wire. Mm-hmm. Okay. Set wire on off, that's not a thing. Trigger toggle, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. On's not a thing. On state origin's not a thing. I think that's basically it. These are not arrays. Yeah. Okay. Safe scene. I don't want safe scene as though. Wait, why is it asking me? Oh, that's weird. This is a new looking window. Okay, sure. Objects. Obstacles. Level mechanics. I thought I saved it already. Save blade path. Saw blade path auto draw. No, that's a script. Okay. Cool. I think that's it. I think if I were to go to the... Let's go to the level we already made. 23? Yes. Okay. So we have a path here. Okay, it has a curve 2D. I'm going to copy it. Okay, we're going to spawn auto draw, sawblade path auto draw. Place it there. Hide it. Put the curve in here. Yes, okay. So that's looking terrible. That's because we have to adjust some of the values here. So first of all, it's a 32 pixel sprite. Second of all, size X set by curve, size Y set by 32. Okay. Can we have it update? Points. Okay. Cool. It's oriented incorrectly. But I think that should be a fairly easy thing to fix. Rotation. Rotation is in radians, so plus pi divided by 2. Oh, don't need to run. Just need to see. Oh, right. That doesn't look right. Okay, so that's the wire rotation. Position, region rect. Ah, okay, hold on a sec. Because the wire is rotated in a different orientation, the curve distance is the y-axis, and the fixed size is the x-axis. There we go. There it is. Also, we need to set the repeat and the texture property. Repeat enabled. New wire. Texture filter. Nearest neighbor. And this has to be done for both conduits and the other thing. And we'll have to do the same thing in the other one. Let's see. 23. Nice. That's looking good. All right. I think that looks good. Actually, I need to adjust something. This goes in there. I don't need you anymore. And then also, we have another path right here. This guy. Not this guy. That's a light. That's also light. This one. Okay, so this is going to be sawblade path auto draw. Place it above. Copy the path data. Thank you for being a resource instead of like baked in polygon nonsense. We still have some nodes that do that. Pop that in there. Get rid of this one. Nice. Perfect. It might be a little too bright. Okay, except all the saw blades are gone. Ah, all the saw blades are gone because we had a bunch of code here that queued for all the children. We're gonna double check if each child is a sprite 2D, and only then queue free it. Okay, there we go. Now the path is supposed to be behind. It's supposed to be behind the element. It's supposed to be behind the element, so I think we are gonna have to move. Actually, no. We don't have to move anything. We can just do this. Let's add a node 2D. Call it sprites. And then we're going to talk to the children of sprites. And then remove all those children only. And then when we add a child, we will add it to sprites. There we go. Should I start learning Python? Nah, man, just go straight for GDScript. Like, when you learn GDScript, you will in proxy learn Python. But you will also get to, like, do a bunch of experimentation and game dev and, you know, you'll learn a bunch of other stuff. While if you do Python, you're going to learn Python. Now, the syntax is very similar, but, you know, your end goal is to do game dev, so go do game dev. There's really no point in doing Python, unless you're planning on doing Python stuff. Yeah, dude, just experiment with Godot, use the help tab, ask questions on the forums and Discord. Don't get discouraged if people, you know, tell you to use documentation. That's literally like a universal thing. The documentation, otherwise, honestly, is like a gold mine of information for everything you can do on nodes. So if you're trying to figure out what can I control about a camera, well, just, you know, look up the camera documentation and it says, what can you control? Here's a properties list, here's a methods list. These are the settings you can change. These are actions you can perform on the camera, right? You can set zoom level right there, right? And then each property in the zoom level has a setter and getter function if you want to use those. So you can do camera.zoom equals to something, or you can do camera.setZoom or getZoom. Either or, there's no like benefit to either of these things. So yeah, like that, and maybe follow some basic tutorials, like basic camera movement or player movement. And then you'll just be building up your skill set from that point on. The best way to learn something is just go and do that thing. Okay, so is this gonna work? Let's see. So we're adding it to sprites now, and the sprites is always going to be the first node in the redraw path element. So hypothetically, all the paths should always be behind the yeah, there you go. Nice. Okay, so that stopped working, but that's understandable because we had removed the reference from the player from the interact command. We should probably fix that. Let's do search, find in files, interact. I guess we're looking for interact with a space. Func interact, yes. Okay, so player node. Now, not every object needs to use the player node, but while working on the Dreadtail, I did say that passing along the player reference and receiving it is beneficial if you want to be able to tell which player is the one that's receiving it. Oh wow, we actually reached the end of interactable objects. That wasn't that difficult. Cool. Okay. Cool. Not every object needs to actually use the player, but the ones that do now have the ability to do so. All right. Whoops. Oh man, that death screen looks awesome. Beautiful. Fun. I think I might want to change the gravity of the particles, the blood particles, even though we can't really see them all that well. And we are using Godot 4 now. We could take advantage of physics particles. That's useful. Okay. Well, you see, now that we have lunge saws in place, I can go here and be like, yup. It is a lunge saw. The funny thing is, technically, we can make any of these saws lunge saws. Ow, come on. Run the open scene. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Look at that troll. Nice. Okay, well, it's only been 21 minutes and I've already finished this thing. I suppose we do need to fix up a couple of things with the drawing code. The texture filter is going to be set to nearest neighbor. Same thing with this. Conduit, texture filter, conduit. There we go. And then we don't need to do anything else with the conduit because it doesn't really have any other children that are on top of it. Cool. Nice. All right. Now I've got like 3 more hours of stuff. Of free time. Generator, overheating UI stopped appearing. Second player cannot be killed by the lasers. AI exception bug? That's a good question. Let's see. We got player. We have the hurt, or take damage. No, hurt. How do we do that? Okay, so laser mounted. It has a raycast that is doing the detection. Nope, it just if players embody that name. Oh, maybe we should change that. We don't rely on names anymore. If body dot is in group called player group, then hurt becomes true. Okay, so let's take a look at the player. If hurt loop, lock player movement, player array. If hurt is true, if player array size is more than 1, so if there are more then one player. Hurt old, not hurt. So this is detecting when we get hurt. So, you know, this is kind of an assy way of handling it, because it it's just kind of detecting if a change has occurred. Player body, play hurt. I don't know what the hell this is. Oh, it's like a separate animation. Termination timer starts. Hurt gets updated. I suppose it's fine. Let's double check. I think this should be okay. Level 27's got lasers, but they don't quite work in the same way. So this works. Wait a minute, but it's not supposed to work. Yeah, what the? Okay, hold on a second. So first of all, we don't have a termination timer. We need to have a termination timer. Let's get something in place. Something fairly quick. Let's do 64. And then this is going to be an outline. We painted on the background. Whoops. A darker component to it. Okay. Hey, DJ Khalid is in the house. Good day. Okay. And then, you know what? I'm going to make this in white, because if it's in white, then we can color tint it using the progress texture. There we go. Although this looks off. Hold on a second. I'm going to take the fill bucket instead. First of all, get rid of these. I need to make sure that it doesn't grow. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, and then we're going to do this. Okay, so that's the UI. Sure, it's on the same layer, but that's fine. And then this is going to be in white. I want to fill it in without glow, but I want it to sample multiple layers. There we go. So let's call it revive timer. So we're going to do engine sprites. It's technically UI, but it's not on the user interface layer. Revive timer. So revive UI background. And then this is revive UI fill bar. Okay, I'm going to save this real quick. Assets, sprites, UI, revive UI. Cool. So go back to the player. We need a progress texture. Okay, progress texture is going to be positioned above the player. We're going to make it point to the other player so they can see it. Now, textures. So it has the revive background. It has, yeah, progress. Revive progress bar or fill bar. Now, it is going to be a radial. There we go. And then radial tint, radial fill. Do we have a way of changing the color of it? I think we have to do it in code. So progress can be set to any color. So it's going to go from like this. Okay. Let's make sure that the textures are, yep, nice and crisp. And now we need to give it a step, 0.1, so it can be smooth. Actually, no, let's keep it fairly stepped. Okay, revive bar. So we're gonna go to when hurt is running, termination timer. Termination timer starts running, which is right here. And it has 2 seconds. So let's give it like 5 seconds revive time. Okay. 5 seconds revive time. That's good. What we're going to do now is program it in the hurt loop. I guess we can do revive bar visibility or visible is going to be set to whether or not the revive timer is running. Equals not is stopped. I believe that's it. So if it is stopped, then this is true, turns it to false, visibility becomes false. Okay. Now, the revive bar value is going to be set to how much time is left. So we're going to do 100 times time left divided by wait time. I think that should do it. Yes. Cool. Oh, and it crashed. Let's see why. Visible and base texture progress with the value of type bool. Visibile. Whoops. Missed a ton. That's fine. Can I please run the right scene? For Pete's sakes. Come on. Okay, we're not supposed to insta-die. There we go. Okay, let's make it counterclockwise. So we go revive bar, counterclockwise, and we also need to make it interpolate the color. So we can talk to tint progress. Tint progress. Okay, so revive bar, tint progress is going to be set to what? We need to interpolate between two colors. So we can do color dot green lerp to color dot red, and then the amount of time left divided by the wait time is going to be what drives it. This is going to be between 0 and 1. Okay. Welcome, Stephen. Okay. So it's not supposed to kill us immediately. There we go. Okay, and it's also going in the opposite direction. So we need to start with 1.0 minus this amount. Nice. What's cooking today? Oh, I did a bunch of interesting stuff. I got a new trolley obstacle. Check this out. Oh yeah, let's just go down here. Whoop. This saw looks exactly like the stationary saw. So I can now troll players with placing these saws, and they look at it and they're like, is that gonna lunge at me? Is that not gonna lunge at me? They like place it right by the exit, and you don't make it lunge, but you just screw around with them. So evil. Imagine doing like a really, really long level, and it's like it's very difficult, and it took you like an hour to beat it, and then I put one of those at the end, like a whole row of them at the end. Oh God, this is gonna be funny. Okay, um, cool. So yeah, that's like one of several things that I've done today. I made the paths of the saw blades basically run off of the same sort of code as the wires, so you can see that it just automatically paints all the segments. Added some stuff, some sprites to the saw blades, and now I'm just kind of fixing up the player's hurt code. Let's see. So, player array. Player array get tree dot get nodes and group player group. You know what? It could very well be that the player plays kill all players. The first player, when the first player dies, it goes right here because when the first player is created, there's only one player in existence. So when it samples the array, it samples the array before the second player was created. So the first player to be created thinks that there's only one player because it sampled the array from only that location. Antoine, good day. So I think what we need to do is instead, let's see. It depends on the player number in here, but I think that's okay to just do it here. We do need to update this. Let's do func post ready. And then what we're gonna do is redo this line of code here, and I call deferred post ready. So we will reacquire the list of players in the player group. Let's leave a note here. Wait 1 frame before gathering the list of players. I think this is why the first player gets killed. Off today so I can do some modeling. Yeah, I've seen you posted stuff to the Discord. Nice. Okay, there we go. And then when we press a button, it revives. And then if we do this, revives. Okay. Okay, so that's pretty good. It's not as visually interesting, but it's there. I think that's actually it. I think now both players can take damage. So if I just run the scene, both players can revive each other. We should be back on the right track. Boop. Okay. And then, well, that's just not good. Something needs to happen at that point. So, pretty sure if all the players are dead, it should just play death for all the players. Hurt loop. Here's a bunch of stuff in the physics process. It might not have to be in the physics process. Okay, there we go. Kill all players, spawn death parts. Okay. I think if player's not self and player's not heard, we don't want damaged players reviving each other. Okay. Heard equals false. Okay. Let's go into maybe the master node. And there we can do the loop. So kill all players is done from here. Is there a process? There is not. Okay. So if, I guess we can do, we need to know how many players there are, if there are any. Var player count. Get tree, get nodes and group, player group. Okay, and then here we do, oh, size. We get the size of the array. Now, var hurt players 0 for each player in, and we're gonna get, ooh, easy does it. Get all the players in the group again, and then if each player dot hurt players plus 1. Now, this only has to work if there's more players than 0. So if more than 0 players, then if the player count is the same as hurt players, then, well, then we need to actually, I guess what, kill all players? Reason all dead. 2 equal signs. 2 equal signs to check. You know, it would be kind of cool if you could have parameter equals value like you can do in Python. You can bypass certain properties. Okay, so we do this, and then we do this. Okay, interesting. I don't know if that worked the way intended. Let's try this. 1, 2, yes. Poop. Okay. Yes, okay, so that does work this way. Cool. All right, so that works. All players can be damaged now, so bug. Second player cannot be killed. That's done. Generator overheating UI stopped appearing. Is that a thing? Is that still a thing, actually? Let's see. I believe we had an issue. Generator starter. That's it. That's the generator starter. Generator starter progress dial, which is literally the same thing. Okay, that seems incorrect. Generator starter. This is the 1. Progress dial, I don't know what that's for. Are we using it anywhere? Cannot be undone. Well, not that it knows. It's not telling me. So let's try this. Let's try going into the main, I guess the intro level. It's going to be kind of loud because there's music and voiceovers and everything. Explosions. So just be ready. Game action intro. I think that's the one. Yes. Okay, that's definitely the one. So, you know, we can actually change up some of these tiles now. All right, so we're looking to see if the generator... Wait, hold on. Generator overheating is not showing. Is that the one? Yeah, okay, it's overheating UI, not this progress. Okay, let's give it a test. Oh, wait. Hold it. I still have co-op enabled, so I won't be able to do much. Co-op 1. Let's run the right scene.
There it is! I told you we'd find the phase gate here.
Oh, great! Except how are we going to operate it without a terminal?
Why are you showing your hurt thing? What the heck? Visible. Oh, it's because the value. Nope, it's right there. Interesting. Hold on. Does termination timer have an auto start? That doesn't seem right. That's in the player. It doesn't. Is the hurt loop not running? Ah, maybe. Because we comment out this entire thing. If AI is enabled. Got it. Okay. I got it. And we don't need to worry about the second player getting hurt either. If he is an AI, he's just kind of there for presence and dialogue. Let's see. So we'll take revive bar, visible. Go to the ready function. False. Make it invisible. Alright, one more time. From the top with feeling. Let's see.
There it is! I told you we'd find the phase gate here.
Oh, great! Except how are we going to operate it without a terminal?
It's fine, we'll just improvise. I've learned how to trick these things into launching without access. We'll be out of here in no time.
Have you lost your damn mind? Or have you forgotten what happened last time someone tampered with a gate?
You got any better ideas? Because I don't think this briefcase is meant to withstand this heat.
If we teleport in the middle of the wall, it'll be destroyed anyway. Let me figure out another way.
We don't have time. All we need is to start the generators, grab a few plasma orbs, and we can force the machine into getting us out of here. Come on!
Don't do anything stupid. We'll boot this thing up and dial the address by hand. And whatever happens, don't let the briefcase overheat.
I won't. There, the power's running. Now we just need the right plasma orbs.
Oh, god damn it! The generators are gonna melt before we get out of here.
It's fine. Just use the sprinklers to keep them cool. We've got this.
Okay, so the interesting. So the generator overheat thing doesn't appear until it actually reaches that event. I think it should just be generator. Ooh, okay. Generator. It should just be visible all the time. There's no reason for it to be to turn off. Also, this is a very blurry image. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So generate indicator, that's here. Did we make it be invisible? We might have. Pitch, 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 amount. No, we didn't. Wait, that's generator. Excuse me. I need, where's the progress bar? Is this the one? Yes. Let's call it overheat UI. So, progress bar. Oh, yeah, right here. It says if it's... Excuse me. Damn. If it's overheating, value and heat. So, I suppose we just update it here, but it... I don't know. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just display it all the time. Although, hold on a second. Certain generators can overheat, certain generators cannot overheat. So, should it be present? I think it appearing is such a minor event that players might not actually notice it. So just having it always here might be better. Also, the briefcase that we keep having to dunk into cold water, we need to give it a UI, like a button prompt. Button prompt text. Button prompt. Yeah. But the button prompt has to be a different key. So what do we use? I think we use B in order to interact with an object, but this one only has X on it. So do we have another one? Oh yeah, this is just a nice. Yeah, we just changed the letter. That's good. And then the color can be changed here as well. So let's give this an ability to choose what kind of a an image it shows. Let's do export var. Let's do export enum, and it's going to be X or B. Okay, var prompt. Okay, and then it's going to be set to, what is it, X by default? Yes. Now, the colors. What colors do we use? So var colors. Let's make it a dictionary. So if it's X, it would be color dot blue. Can we get a light blue? Or something that isn't so saturated? No? Alright, fine. There we go. So that's going to be for the X. And then B is a red one. There we go. We just do this. Now, in the ready function, we're going to... we have the set color here. Color... Where's it getting the color from? It's getting the color from the parent node, I believe. But we don't really want to use that. We're going to make the letter display the text of prompt. We might have to change the system because this is controller specific. Yeah. Yeah, we'll deal with it when we get to it. And then button self-modulate is going to be set to self-modulate is going to be set to, we're going to grab something from the colors and then use the prompt to access the color. And you know what? I'm going to do this. Set color. We don't pass along color, and if something complains about it, we'll just remove it. I'm going to make this into a tool script so we can see the result right away. Tool script, and then set, when we set this function, well, we do it like this. Okay, so when we set this value, new val will be passed along into prompt, and then we're gonna set color. Set color and text. Let's call it that. There we go. Okay, set color and text. So it takes a prompt, sets the text to the prompt, and the self-modulate of the button becomes this color. Cool. So now, hypothetically, if it caught on to the fact that it's a tool script now, there we go. We can do this. Might have to close it. Button prompt. Okay. I think this kicked in. With this needs to only work in the game. So if engine is editor hint, not. If it's not an editor hint. Okay, well, you know, I'd like to see it. Wait, really? Oh, right. We have like physics process code. So, okay, if it's editor hint, return. Don't run the rest of the physics process. Okay, close it. Open it. Is this thing also invisible? Nope. So what the heck? Where's my color? Where's my damn color? Scale. Oh, yeah, that's right. There we go. All right. So if we go here. Nice. Perfect. So we can just change that. X and B. So here. Good lord. That is huge. We gotta be able to change the scale of this thing, I think. Let's do var final scale equals. I guess it's just uniform. So 1.0 button scale, initial scale. We were using the initial scale as a record, so I think we can just do it that way. And then the modulate can be set only when we're running the game. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of that then. Final scale is not needed. We'll just use the size of the button. Okay. And it uses its own scale, right? No, it uses the scale of the button itself. Really? Really? Okay. Interesting. Initial scale. Let's do 1.0 plus wiggle. Okay, so X scale and Y scale. That's good. X scale and Y scale. I want to make it so that it's just easy to change the size of this thing. So logic dictates that it should just be here. Let's do like 0.3, 0.3. And then this is going to be the B. Okay. Now, when it appears and disappears, it has a focused property. And then key position is interpolated. And I suppose this is where we can set the drop position. So it's 16. What if we change that, or give that ability to change? Export var drop y. 16 by default. That's where it returns, but we could make it longer than that, like 32. Now, what the heck is this? Temperature dial. Ah, right. This is when we get close to it and pick it up. Okay, let's do 32. All right. Let's get into the sandbox and place a briefcase, vaccine briefcase here. Nope. Doesn't want it. Vector to constructor. Invalid called non-existent vector to constructor. Drop y has to be a float. Because vector 2 takes 2 floats. I could have sworn the Godot used to automatically convert that. Okay. What now? Non-existent vector 2 constructor. What are you talking about? It's too... Yeah. What? Why you no like? What problem? Do you want all of it to be floats? I don't know which one of these two is complaining, but I'm pretty sure it's this one. That's the one that we changed. Okay. Well, now it's just ridiculous. Comma, comma, yes. I swear. Okay, so when I get close to it, it becomes the one that we pick up. But... Oh. That's not responding. Come on. Nothing's responding, apparently. What's happening? Well, I mean, we ran it, so that's fine. I guess we can just crash this bitch. Whoops. Okay. Too much. Meltdown. I know, right? Well, last time that happened, I lost some of my projects, so... This time I have Git repos for everything, but still. I'm a little weary. Okay, well, this is just sketchy. What's happening? Hard disk, 0 usage. Damn. CPU. This thing is still closing. Creator's not responding. Nothing's responding. Okay, hold on. Can I close everything? 100% usage. What the shit? Yeah, that ain't good indeed. Strange. All right, you know what? That's a cue to take a break. All right? I said that I was going to only do the player revival stuff. I fixed it. It works. Anything else was supposed to be extra, so I guess it's break time. I'm just going to restart the computer. Cool. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. Appreciate it. And yeah, we'll continue this whenever we continue this. It's break time, baby.